deep to the wire. Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, Day 10 on the racing schedule. Quick look back at last Wednesday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, 3 jockeys were. Jorge Carreño was. He got the hat trick on the card, including 1500 win, 1501 and 1502, putting him on top of the jockey standings. Sheldon Chickeness had a good day. He had 2 wins. And Stanley Chady Jr. also with 2 wins on the card, including Miss Imperial looking dynamite in the Laverandre. On the trainer's side, Jerry Gorno had a pair of wins, and now he's doubled up on the second place. Wendy Anderson, he's at 13, she's at 6. Tom Gardapi Jr., Jared Brown, and Lise Pruitt are right in behind there. Guys, I seen a lot of closers last week in the 21 races. Only 3 horses went wire to wire, which was crazy compared to week 1 and week 2 of racing. Guys, what did you see?
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Kurt, in the sense of the speed didn't carry. The closers came from all over the track. Some came up the rail, some came off. So it wasn't a dead rail like that. So I kind of thought it was fair in that sense. If anybody missed it last week, once again, the last race of the week finished off with a bang. Kirt hit the $52 horse. Congrats, Kirt. Very well done.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
yeah, baby, definitely.
So he returned the favor. He nipped my selection at the wire, whereas last week my longer shot, not as long as his.
Warren's Van Gogh got there at $33.
Yes.
Over my $18
yes,
horse.
Exactly. So good to see. If you had boxed those selections for $2, both would have been, the exactors would have been over $200. So on a $2 bet, something to consider. I kind of have a feeling this week Marshall is going to hit the long shot, so you may want to pay close attention to him. He's due for a long shot. He did have a very good selection in the 6th race, which set up probably some doubles and stuff for Kirt in there. So every week there's some new puzzles, or every race has some puzzles. This week has some new puzzles to solve. So Kirt, I think we got to solve some puzzles this week and begin Monday's card.
All right, we're going to kick it off with the $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go the 7 furlong distance. Marshall, who do you like in here?
This is a tricky puzzle to kick off the card, to kick off the week, in fact. We've had several 7 furlong races so far this year. The one common thread between all of them is horses that have been on or near the lead have a distinct advantage. We've talked about this on ASD Live, that the turn, basically the first turn is right out of the gate. So if you're on the inside, you generally have an advantage there, saving ground. You don't want to go 3 wide, obviously. This is a tough race, though, even though it's a very small field. You've got a horse coming to us by way of Indiana Grand. If you're a buyer player, well, this horse jumps off the page. That's the 1, Clarescence. Keep in mind, this is a horse that's 2 for 28 lifetime, has started 2 times on the dirt, and has 1/3. So been primarily racing on synthetic and turf, obviously. I'm not convinced this is the play in here. Will be heavily bet. I went to the 2, Valente, simply because this horse has 5 wins already. The horse does know how to win, coming off a big win, making the 3rd start of the year. This is a Manitoba bred. Has gone the distance, though, does have a win at the distance. I'm not sure if this horse will go to the lead or not. I think there's a distinct advantage if she does. And then I used the 3 Wits question as well. Again, 2 for 14, 2 for 7 though at ASD. Should improve off that initial start here. Those are my top 3 in here, guys. 2, 1, 3, Kirt.
Okay, what about you, Stretch?
Yeah, so the speed of the race, I believe, is the 4. I think the horse is going to go as fast and as far as he can go. I don't know if the horse can actually get the distance, but if you're looking for a long shot to kick off the card on speed, that would be the 4. I went to the 3 as my top selection. Good at the distance. The figures are there. A nice kind of prep race last time. Was close, just kind of ran evenly. So that's my top one. on the 2, don't mind the 2. Race set up for him, and basically the figures aren't there. So I've got 3 on top, then the 2. 4 is if the horse can go, or the 1 or 4 for third, just depending on if you think the 4 can last. The 1 does have the figures, but yeah, we'll go 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, you guys talked about all my horses. I think number 3, Wits Question, is a speed. Yes, it's coming back 3 weeks in a row, but showed good speed last time out after rallying in the previous start. And I expected Wits Question. I picked it last time out to come off the pace. It didn't. It challenged Little Miss Molly and ended up backing up because of it. So I think that one hits the lead. Valente, 2 out to go, ran against Little Miss Zach. She jumped up from that race and won a first level allowance, amazingly, and I didn't like her that day, but she ran lights out. The comeback race was awesome. Clarescence, the numbers, the figures, everything's there. There is a late workout to report, June 11th, 3 furlongs, 38 breezing, over a good track with the dogs up, which is an excellent work when the dogs are up, protecting the inside of the track. So it was a wide workout that day, but I have it those 3, 1, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to the second race, a $10,000 claimer. For the boys 3 and up, they're going to go 7 furlongs. What a dandy race this should be. Stretch, what do you like?
Agree with you. Solid 10 claimer going 2 turns or 7 furlongs. There's a few scenarios. I think there's a potential duel between the 1 and 5. They're going to probably knock heads. It just depends if the 1 can put away the 5. The 5 is a classy horse. I just don't think the horse is at the same level as it was a few years ago. 1 ran an absolute huge race last time. Very impressive. Just got the lead over another speedball and stayed on game. I'm thinking there is just enough to kind of soften it up to basically set it up for the 6. I just think that I like with Leroy picking up the mount on Mana Blues. Should get an absolute dream trip behind the 2 speed horses. And then if the 1 gets away, 6 maybe will run second. If All Out Duel comes 6, my third choice is the 2, which I do like if there's a big duel. Maybe the 6-2-1. So, but I will call it 6-1-2, Kurt.
Okay, what about you, Marshall?
Well, Stretch and I are on the same page here. I think there is a duel. Langara certainly has been an excellent horse here at ASD, has won 14 from 30. I think that he's just a better horse these days if he gets a loose lead. Del Vecchio on the rail, fully expect Kayla to go for the lead in here. Did run a really nice race last time out against Trumpum. And I think if they do end up dueling, does set up for Mana Blues. He was flat though last time, so we'll have to see if he can improve second start out, which I expect he will. Also stretching out. But again, if he needs another race or 2, then certainly Del Vecchio could put away Langara and head for home. Courageous, 12-1 on the morning line. Don't think you'll see anywhere near that. But this horse is definitely fit and will be rolling late. So those are my top 3, 6, 1, and 2.
Yeah, myself, I see a big pace battle in here. Del Vecchio, Langara, even throw in number 4, Wits Dollar Knight, who ran absolutely flat last time out. Throw that race right out. Last time he ran, he was in a 5-horse speed duel. Langara was one of them on the outside. He had the inside benefit. And I think they all show speed. That's why I went to the 2 Courageous. Yes, the horse is only a non-3 lifer in against multiple winning horses, but I really like the way this horse rallied down the lane. The speed that day was not even close to what should show today. Gold Buyer went to the front with Bacoli. Bacoli packed it in early. Gold Buyer went on to win. Moz Mischief, the other one of Jerry Goner's, ran a good second, rallying from 5th. Courageous sat last, got 3rd. I think there's going to be a big meltdown. So I like Courageous. Gotta like Del Vecchio. What a great debut race, running 2nd behind the Golden Gate horse, Trumpum. And I like Wits Dollar Knight. Throw out that last race. He's much better than that. And I think he's better going around 2 turns than he is going sprinting, even though he does well sprinting. I think he's a good stalker angle, great fitness. So I'm taking 2, 1, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Already the carryover over $65,000 for this $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers going 6 furlongs. Marshall, what do you got?
Well, there's a couple of really tricky races on the card, the 6th and 7th in particular. So who knows? With the pick 5 today, could be a good bet to chase. I went with the 3 by all. I think third time's the charm for this horse today. Third start off the layoff. First time had a bit of trouble at the break. Was steady, then had to rush up wide. Last time out, just got beaten by a horse that was coming in with a fitness advantage. I think today we see the best. Will be the big fave probably, but I think with the jockey change, this is a green light go for me. I like the 6, dropping from 10 into last time out. Sue's Easter Girl raced 2 back with the 3 by all. Actually ran a good race, but by all beat her that day by 4 lengths, and that's after having that troubled trip. So for me, I think it's 3, 6, throw in the 2, I Am Anya for third. That takes me through the third. Kirt?
Okay, what about you, Stretch?
I didn't actually think I would be going back to this 3 horse, but after I did my figures and saw how fast the horse went, I'm going back to the horse for the very, very last time. This is it. No more after this if the horse does not win. Marshall called all the things that I agree. Right to the lead. Gate to wire, we'll find out. The figures are there, and that's why the horse did get tired late. The 6, same thing. If the 3 backs up, can potentially beat the 3. And again, just like Marshall, the 2, maybe second or third, picking up the pieces. 3, 6, 2.
Yeah, I also like the 3 in here. Wits Tinny 10 in the comeback race. I really didn't give her a lot of respect in there. You guys really, really liked her. She had trouble coming out of the gate, and she rallied down the lane to come second. I think she would have won that race if she would have got out. So more respect went to Bayal after that race. So I took her on top. I Am Anya. I love this horse last time out to run down the speed horse Storm Squall. Sat on the rail, waited, and then went on by. I think it's going to be the same kind of play up as it was last time out in that stalking role. And Sue's Easter Girl. I like that horse coming back out of that race, but not with the jump up to the 10-on-2. Now that she is going back, I think she's a player. And a couple of other horses to look at. The one, Buttercup Up, was racing at Chippewa Downs after Canterbury, and previous to that, Turf Paradise, and was a monster at Chippewa Downs. That horse could be a little bit of anything. And Chickle Sparks, another one that came from Turf Paradise originally, then went over to Canterbury, but then did really well at Chippewa, winning by almost 20 lengths, and came for the last race day last year, ran a good third behind Bayal. Could be another bomber in there to beat the $3 horse, which will be Bayal. I like 3, 2, and 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. That are non-2 other than. They're going to go 7 furlongs. A great leg to start off the pick 4. Stretch, who do you like?
It is a great leg. You could almost call this a stakes race because many of these horses do belong at least smaller stake races. So looking forward to this race for sure. Marshall touched on about the speed going 7 furlongs. Well, we have that on the rail. The one potentially is the controlling speed along the rail. If doesn't get pushed, will be extremely, extremely tough to beat. There is a chance the 4-horse Tiger by His Tail, who ran an absolute monster race last time, ran better than expected. I do like this horse usually. I was hoping for this horse to come back. It's just a tough spot for the 4-horse to win in here, but the horse is running well. If they go after the 1, then maybe it sets it up for somebody else, and I went to the 3. Toyed with the front end speed last time. I don't think it's going to be a little harder for the 3 to press and take over, but if the 4 goes, maybe it's possible to get the trip, gets the jump on the 2, but the 3 was much better than the 2 last time. It's just, again, does the 3 have to sacrifice on the 1 to set it up for the 2? Maybe. They're both Jerry's horses, so it could be. I've got it 1, 3, 2 wide open. Even the 4, how well it's running. Great race to kick off the pick 4.
Okay, what do you like, Marshall?
I like the 1, Real Grace, as well. Definitely the class of the field. I think this horse does go right to the lead. I like that work on June the 5th, 49 and 4 breezing. Still waiting for Shelley to kick in. I've picked a number of horses, bet a number of her horses so far, and she's been settling for some minor awards, but Real Grace looks good to me on top. Stretch mentioned the 4 Tiger by his tail. He ran a fabulous race. Last out, I put him in my stable mail. He was in tough that day. He's in tough again today. But again, a horse that I think if this horse just sits and stalks, then we see them possibly go around the track 1-2. That's the 1-4, go 1-2, if you follow that. And then using the 2 Moz Mischief, thinking Gold Buyer will press, as sort of looking at it like the Gorno entry has 2 in here. So we'll see what happens. They are different owners, not an entry. But that's pretty much the only way I see one of them winning it. Give me a 1-4-2, Kirt.
Yeah, and another speed horse. I'm the same as Stretch here. Another speed horse to throw in, number 6, Hazim. This horse is yet to go around 2 turns since arriving at Assiniboia Downs. But those races at Saratoga and Belmont, a second, a first, and a third placed first, those were all 7 furlongs, a mile, and had only sprinted here in the first start. Never really showed a lot against Mr. Dazzle and Tiger by his tail, the 4 horse. But expect this horse to move forward off of that race and does have tactical speed, has shown it, sitting behind some really fast ones like Strider's Ring. And then you got Eagle Bind persistent in the second last start. So this one can add to the speed. So I like the 1 on top, Real Grace. Moz Mischief I like a lot better because it showed a good rally last time. And I'm taking Gold Buyer for third, 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $1,500 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Marshall, what about this one?
Well, I have 2 words written at the top of the page here. Wide open. I've used all in my pick 4. I think this is a very, very wide open race. I landed on the 1 for the top spot. Certainly the class of the field, making her first start of the year, so could need one, definitely. It looks to me like there's potential for quite a bit of speed to duel in here. So again, I think you could go in a number of different directions. I used the 2, the morning line favorite, Tis the Standard, for second. The horse that finished third, Bell Strike, came back to win, which you like to see for sure. And then the 5, Chris's Defense. Second start of the year, thought this horse ran an excellent race, dropping in from 2,500 to 1,500, which is a significant drop. 1,500 being, of course, the absolute bottoms here at ASD. I think this horse could improve as well. 1, 2, 5 in the 5th. Kirt?
Okay, what about you, Stretch?
Easily, toughest on the card. If you take a look at our selections, we happen to have 6 of the 7 horses listed. We only didn't leave the 3 out, so maybe single the 3 in the pick 4. We'll find out. But so because I think it's just so tough, I'm swinging for the fences in here. I think there is a lot of speed, so I'm going to go with the 7 horse. Yes, the horse didn't run a jump last time, but comes right back. It wasn't put on the shelf. I think because of enough speed in here, it could pick up the pieces late. There's some races on there that this horse can win. The morning line is 20-1. Could go even higher than that because of that last race. I've got to give this horse another shot, and why not in a race like this? You've got to try to find value. I'm going to give the 2. The 2 is my second choice, gives it another chance. One of the few horses from Golden Gate that didn't run that well. Could simply stalk. The figures are there. And then why not? One of the other Jerry horses is the 6. Could be the speed of the speed. Who knows? We'll go fast and as far as possibly can and maybe steal it. Wide open race. Don't trust my pick. 7, 2, 6.
Yeah, I see a lot of pace in here with Tis the Standard, Speedy Miss, and Know What I Meana, especially Speedy Miss and Know What I Meana. Both of them are need the lead. It's all out or nothing. So I expect it to set up for a closer. Chris's Defense, I like that they went fairly slow that first quarter, and then this horse made a move on the turn, and it was a wide move, stayed right there, was there to about the 16th pole, and then it tired. So I think it'll move forward, has a half furlong more to play with, won't be engaging those leaders as early as it did last time out because they're just going to be rattling down there. But I think it'll be in a really good position. That's why I like Chris's Defense. Like Hilda, won first time out off a 4-month layoff last year. Did it impressively, beating West Princess, who was my pick in the last race. I had to throw that one in.
You got to keep throwing. We're going to hear this all year.
But Hilda has run really well, winning 4 out of 13 here at the Downs. Usually is better going around 2 turns, but has won convincingly at 6 furlongs. And Dreamcastle, watch out for her. Ran against the boys last time for 1,500. Now back against the girls. This will be much easier. He's a lady tamer. Won that race, went up to the 25 non-winners of the year, ran a very game second, but I'm 5-1-4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, kicking off the late double with a $5,000 claimer. 4 3-and-up maidens. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like?
Okay, I guess I'm in the forgiving mood because I'm going back to another horse I bet last time. But this one's a fair going back to the 4 horse. Showed some nice speed. Went as far, quite good distance. Got pressed by a good horse that I will be betting later this week. The horse it lost to, Mr. G's.
Tomorrow in the last
St.
race.
Easy, yes, not even close to that. I didn't get that. Anyway, the dual pressed. I think this horse now gets loose. I don't think there's enough speed to go with this. They are going a little bit longer. I like the additional work. I just think the horse needed one last time. It's really going to help. And these maiden races, this level, sometimes when some horses get loose, they just get brave, and the others just like to run evenly. If they don't back up, the other ones win. The 2 could have been my top pick. It's going longer. One thing of note, this horse had right before the race, had the vet look at the horse. Not sure why. I don't know the facts. The horse ended up running well, but I just made a note of that in there, that I remember there was a quick vet check on that one. Did pass other horses in the lane. Did you want to say something, Kirt?
That was actually because of the gate.
That was because of the gate?
Acted up in the gate, pulled
Okay.
it out, took a look, deemed okay to go, went back in and ran a good race.
Okay, good
Might
info.
have took something out of it though.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So there's a good angle if that's the case. It was that not because of before the race. So yeah, the extra distance. One thing I did, that horse had already been racing and took a while to get by the other ones. That's why I put it second. I've got 2, 4, and 2. 6 had a nice middle move last time. That's my third choice. So I've got it 4, 2, 6, maybe 2, 4, 6, but we'll leave it at that.
Okay, what about you, Marshall?
Those are the 4 I like the best. I like to give horses second chances. Light My Fire is the horse that I bet last time. I thought he would get a clear lead. He didn't, but he did run a good race, and he did last until deep stretch, like Stretch mentioned. I think with that second start, he does have a nice work since the race, which I like to see, 49 handily on June the 8th, so I think this horse will be tighter. Shamari Muir, still looking to get into the win column a little bit more. He's 50% in the money, 15 out of 30 rides, but we need him to see him finish off a couple more wins. I think he does so today on the 4. The 2, Muskoka, ran a great race, was coming late, but the 6, XI Kid, is a horse that I think you could use in here for sure in your pick 4s, pick 5s. This horse ran a really good race, pressing wide, could improve second start. And the 9, Mr. Fallon, again rallied nicely along the rail. Steve Gaskin still looking for his first win, but I'll take 4 on top with 2 and 9. Kirt?
Yeah, you guys talked about all my horses. Muskoka, a little trouble at the gate. Definitely can improve off that. Mr. Fallon, first time Lasix. This horse got in a little trouble early, and he had to ride him from the 3/8 pole to the wire. And Ismail Mascara, I think he got tired, not just the horse, but I think it was both of them, because he had to ride this horse for a long way. And they finished in a 3-way photo with XI Kid, Light My Fire right behind. Those are the top contenders. 2, 9, and 6 for me. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Marshall, who do you got?
I like Bunch of Cash on top. Second start off the layoff. Has to improve. I think we do see improvement. I use Rascal Candy for second. I thought ran a good race. Kind of surprised this horse went right to the lead. Thought that he might stalk. We'll see what happens tonight, but I think he'll improve second start as well. And Scoden, thought he had a bit of a troubled trip. The 6 should benefit from that. He ran a couple of great races last year that puts him in the mix here. 1, 2, 6 to cap it.
Okay, Stretch, what about you?
Yeah, I'm with all of us. We're all in the 1. It's a sneaky drop on the 1. It's,
Definitely
it
is.
was, and that's the key. It was Manitoba bred, so now it's back in against now it was wide open. Now it's back with the all those names you ramble off each time, all the different provinces and states you've got there, Kirt. So that's good. Controlling speed. the only horse I'm going to add is basically the 3 horse. This horse surprised me. Nice close last time. The figures last year weren't great. I'm thinking this horse might be improving already this year. So an improved effort possibly could upset if the 2 goes off after the 1 and they come back. So that would be my other horse to come. And of course, I'm obviously taking the 6 as my 3rd choice. Why wouldn't I? I can't say the name. So we'll leave it at 136.
Okay, I like Bunch of Cash too. That was a great race last time out. It was against a non-3 open. Now it's non-winners of the year or non-3 breeds. There is a pile of speed to go with them though. Rascal Candy, Rocky Barbados, Scoden, Double Time. So I look for another closer. I settled on the 8, In Excess of Reality. Rallied really well last time out with Zip Eddie. But what I like about In Excess of Reality was sitting closer than Zip Eddie, got pushed to the back of the field, went to the outside and re-rallied down the lane for a great 4th place finish. 25-1 on the program. Hope I can get those odds one more time. Good luck with all your wagers, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card of Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Card Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1. Number 1, Clarescence, has a missing workout to report. Clarescence worked on June the 11th, 3 furlongs, 38 breezing over a good racetrack with the dogs up. Now turning your programs to race number 2. In race 2, number 3, Mr. Henry Lee, the ownership should read Ira Donald, King Couture, and Susan Cito. Once again, race number 2, number 3, Mr. Henry Lee, the ownership, Ira Donald, King Couture, and Susan Cito. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5, wagering the carryover over $65,000. There are some overweights, and they're on your television monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 5, kicking off the late pick 3, just the lone overweight, which is on your monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, number 9, Mr. Fallon did wear blinkers in his last start and will again wear them today. Once again, race number 6, number 9, Mr. Fallon wore blinkers on May the 31st and again will wear them today. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our Jackpot High 5. race of the evening, that carryover, just over $4,000. Again, just one overweight. And it's on your TV monitors. Well, another absolutely gorgeous day for racing here in Winnipeg. Currently under sunny skies, the temperature 26 degrees Celsius or 79 degrees Fahrenheit. And the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening, 7 race car to racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 20 minutes.
All right, let's bring that beat back.
And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Monday card of racing with a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers going the 7 furlong distance. Marshall, what do you got here in the first?
Tough race in my book. Small field, obviously, but just a tricky race with the horses that are entered. Let's start with the one, Fluorescence. This horse has been racing at, the last start at Indiana Grand. Finished 5th. That horse has been running on synthetic and turf predominantly throughout his 28 start career. Has 2 wins, both of them on the synthetic. Only has a pair of starts on the dirt, though, and one of them was a 3rd place finish. The horse, is 4 to 5, obviously, and will probably end up around that price point. I just can't bet that horse at those odds. Can the horse win? Yeah, absolutely. Will my money be on this horse? No, is the answer. I went to the 2, Valente. Let's take a look at the 2. I guess the thing I like best about the 2 is the fact that this horse has 5 wins. So the horse knows how to win. Has a win at the distance, actually, going back to last year, where he kind of stalked and took over in a 5,000 non-winners of 2 event, which was an open event. So, I mean, in fact, he's a Manitoba bred, coming off of a state bred win last time out, where, like Stretch mentioned on ASD Live, the race did set up for him. But if you look 2 back, raced against Little Miss Zach, we saw Little Miss Zach take a big step up to open. Was it Open Company 10,000?
Yeah. First level allowance. Optional 10,000.
Thank you.
Stevie Mack's race.
Oh, that's right, Stevie Mack. I mean, so clearly, and Valente came back to win. So I've got the 2 on top. 5 to 2 offers a bit of value, I think. What about you, Stretch?
Well, I put number 3, Wits Question on top. I think if you look at the distance, the horse is 4 out of 4 in the money, 2 wins, and I just has a little higher figures in my books than the 2. 2's run. It's hard to go against the 2, like when you running second to Little Miss Zach, so it's not really a loss. I think the horse is going to stalk. I see the 4, the key. If we could take a look, Jake, at the 4 Christmas Dance. I think this, for me, is kind of what's going to happen in the race, is how far is this horse going to go. If you look at that race in the Manitoba Oaks last year, got close to the lead, pressed a little bit. They may let the horse go. This horse actually won the Jack Hardy last year, going 7.5 furlongs. So, is the horse the same as it was last year? Probably not, but going the 2 turns, got to step up the horse a little bit. So I did put the 3 on top, but you never know what's going to happen with the 4, how far the 4 is going to go.
Yeah, Stretch, I went with the 3 also. Yes, Wits Question, running 3 weeks in a row. First week, this horse made a great rally down the lane. I tabbed this one for running a big race next time out. But then again, in the slop there, it chased after Little Miss Molly, who had won her previous start. And the horse just didn't like that and backed up, ended up getting beat by 5 lengths to Bell Strike and Wits 10-10. But the one thing about Wits Question is, where did she break her maiden and her non-2? 7 furlongs right here at the Downs in a stalking effort. So if Christmas Dance wants to fire out and go get the lead, I expect Wits Question to sit right in behind. Jorge Carreño is coming off a hat trick on Wednesday night, so I think Wits Question has the big chance. Valente also ran lights out in both of those starts, rallied up a dead rail in week 1, came back and ran down the speed because there was no Little Miss Zach in there, so the speed ended up backing up. So the 2 Valente ended up running a big one, and then Fluorescence, who knows about this one? This one has been running against tougher at Woodbine, Turf Paradise, and Indiana Grand, and draws the rail and gets the preferred distance. This is going to be a great opener, but I'm taking 3, 1, and 2. All right, let's head to our bets in here.
Okay.
Okay, you're going to start it off for us, Marshall.
Okay, let's do it. Well, nothing overly creative for me, to be honest, in here. I'm just going to start with a $5 pick 3 wheel. I'm going to take the 1, 2, 3 with pair of horses in the next race. I'm going to close it out, or hope to close it out, with a single in the third leg.
All right, what about you, Stretch?
Starting off small, depending on the race. I think it's a nice conservative bet. Get on the board, kick off the week on a winning note. Just 20 to place on the 3.
And myself, I'm going after the exactor. I'm doing a $10 exactor wheel. 3 with 1, 2, cost you 20 bucks. Good luck here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Clarescence, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Valente, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Sean Morin with Shamari Muir. Number 3 is Witt's Question, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Jorge Carreño in the saddle. The 4 is Christmas Dance, owned by S&S Stables, trained by Maria Stanford with Hector Rabbitskin. Rounding out the field is number 5, Mommy Wit, owned by Mike Taranjo, trained by Lee Delaron with Sheldon Chickeness. Post time for race number 1, 7 minutes away.
Tyler Gaffney on.
Emilio Rodriguez. Yeah, it's a good jockey. Yeah. I'd be Sheldon Chickness.
Garrett Gomez.
John Velasquez.
You know, I had went down the lane with Javier Castellano on the Arkansas Derby.
Lafitte Pinkai.
Johnny Velasquez. Yeah, that's sure. Yeah.
Hubert Bartley.
Frankie Torrey.
Garrett Gomez.
It's a long list. It's a long list, so we just keep it as anyone. Yeah.
Probably Lafitte. Mike Smith.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
We called this race a tricky puzzle on ASD Live. It is a real brain or head scratcher to kick off the card tonight. I think you have to use the 2 Valente, although 6-5, not great odds, and the 3 Wits Question as the 2 horses to sort of key up in an exactor or triactor.
Yeah, well, for me, 3 was my top selection, and at those odds, it's definitely a play for me. Well, as I speak, 5-2, still going to be my top play. It'd just be interesting to see how the race shapes up. I think the 4's going to the lead. It'll be a matter of what the 1 and 2, but I'm going to stick with the 3 on top. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. I really like number 3, Wits Question. This horse won its maiden and non-2, both going 7 furlongs here at the Downs. Never did go around 2 turns at Fawner Park before coming here. I think this horse will move forward. It is 3 weeks in a row, but I'll take the 5-2. Good luck here in race 1. Essence leads the field into the starting 8. Wits Question now moves in. Next up, Christmas Dance. 2 left to load. On the outside, Mommy Wit. And now, just waiting on Valente. Valente getting a little help in from the gate crew. And again, the gate crew wins. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Valente is the first one that's going to go out and show some early speed. On the outside, Christmas Dance putting on some early pressure. Claire Essence hugging the rail in third, with Wit's Question to the outside in fourth. And another length and a half to Mommy Wit, who's only 5 off the early lead. They went the first quarter 25 seconds. Valente snugly restrained with Christmas Dance to her outside. Now making a 3 wide bid, Claire Essence. 4 wide to Wit's Question, and Mommy Wit all by herself watching the 4 across the track, but she's creeping up. But Valente has responded through a half in 49 and 4. Claire Essence in an all-out drive on the outside. They've now opened up 3 on Wit's Question, Christmas Dance, and Mommy Wit. On the outside, Claire Essence. Valente trying to fight back from second. They're into the lane, and Claire Essence is now pouring it on. Claire Essence just too good from at the 16th pole, up by 5. Claire Essence is going to coast to victory. Second's going to go to Wit's Question, third to Valente, and fourth to Mommy Wit. The Stewart's post to number 1, Claire Essence, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Wit's Question. Third to number 2, Valente. And fourth to number 5, Mommy Wit. They went the opening quarter 25 seconds. The half 49 and 4. 6 furlongs, 115. Time for the 7 furlongs, 127 and 4. Now in the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 1, Claire Essence. Claire Essence is a dark bay or brown mare, 5 years old by Court Vision. Out of the mare, Don't Miss Chrissy by Pleasant Tap. Owned by Artisan Farms, trained by Lee Pruitt, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 7 furlongs, 127 and 4. Race 1's official in the upcoming second race. Number 3, Mr. Henry Lee. The owner should read Ira Donald, King Couture, and Susan Cito. That's here in race number 2. Number 3, Mr. Henry Lee. The owner, Ira Donald, King Couture, and Susan Cito. Post time for race number 2, 20 minutes away. Is the first one that's going to go out and show some early speed. On the outside, Christmas Dance putting on some early pressure. Claire Essence hugging the rail in third, with Which Question to the outside in fourth, and another length and a half to Mommy Wit, who's only 5 off the early lead. They went the first quarter 25 seconds. Valente snugly restrained with Christmas Dance to her outside. Now making a 3 wide bid, Claire Essence, 4 wide to Which Question, and Mommy Wit all by herself watching the 4 across the track, but she's creeping up. But Valente has responded through a half in 49 and 4. Claire Essence in an all-out drive on the outside. They've now opened up 3 on Which Question, Christmas Dance, and Mommy Wit. On the outside, Claire Essence. Valente trying to fight back from second. They're into the lane, and Claire Essence is now pouring it on. Claire Essence just too good from at the 16th pole, up by 5. Claire Essence is going to coast to victory. Second's going to go to Which Question, third to Valente, and fourth to Mommy Wit.
Advertisements. I think Eat Fresh is a great slogan. They managed to convince an entire continent, if not the globe, that eating a foot of bread was somehow good for you.
And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We got a dandy $10,000 claimer for the boys, 3 and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs and stretch. You're going to start us off.
It is a very, very good 10 claimer. I was just looking and saying just before we came on, it's all of them have a shot. If a horse jumps up and runs one of their top efforts, they could win this race. So I am going to start with Race Shape. And I think that there potentially can be a duel in here between the 1 and the 5. And that kind of determines where I'm going from there. So Bradley's on the camera today. So Bradley, let's find the 6, Man of Blues, right there. Good start. Now, the horse didn't run as good a race as the 1 last time, but I'm going to give the horse 1 start. I think the trip is going to, the reason I'm going with the 6 over the 1 as my top selection is because of Race Shape with the potential of a duel. And if you look at last year, this horse got very good at early on and then tailed off and then got good again. So I'm going to go with hoping to get back on the really good side, because it was very impressive beating some top horses and almost winning that RJ Spears, which was extremely tough field. Anywhere close, that makes this horse the top horse. I have to talk briefly about the 1 horse, and Del Vecchio ran an absolute monster race, getting in front of Trumpum, who came back. Trumpum and this one came back with big figures, and for this horse to get in front of Trumpum, who was had a lot of speed coming from Golden Gate, and to hang around was huge. This horse is now on the rail. Depending on what Langara does, horse could steal it. I wouldn't be surprised if the 1 upset my top selection of the 6. Wouldn't really be an upset. So 6-1, 1-6.
All right, what about you, Marshall?
I do think that it all depends on Race Shape in here. Let's take a look at the 5, Langara. This is a horse that has 14 wins over the ASD surface, has been an excellent Manitoba bred over the years. I think, this is the horse that could potentially duel with the 1. So it all really depends on whether or not you think the 5 will press or use this as, a second chance to get into shape here for the year and come back and go to the lead next time in maybe an easier spot, because he is moving up here in his second start of the year. But, certainly lots to like for nostalgia's sake. Langara, one of my favorites. Just don't think he can get the job done today. If they duel, Del Vecchio and Langara, then let's go back to the 6 if we could, Bradley, for Man of Blues. We liked him last time, at least Stretch and I did, I believe, and he was definitely flat. It looked to me like, he obviously needed that start. He should get a good stalking trip in here. If you look back to his record last year at ASD and the races, he was very competitive at this level. He would kind of stalk and then come running. So I expect to see that. Kind of a race out of him tonight. So it's really 6 on top, the 1 for second, like Stretch. Kirt, you seem to like the 2 on top. Give the 2 a shot.
Yeah, I see this a little differently. Del Vecchio, Langara speed, yes, but throw in Witt's Dollar Night. So I think there is a pile of early gas to set it up for my 2 horse Courageous. Last time out was against Gold Buyer and Moz Mischief. And how good are those 2? Well, take a look at race number 4 and you'll see how those 2 did at Assiniboia Downs last year. And Courageous rallied from dead last in that field. Gold Buyer went to the front with Bacoli that day. They didn't set any world-beating fractions. And Moz Mischief rallied nicely ahead of Courageous. But I think Courageous needed that one over the track. The one good thing about Courageous is 2 lifetime wins. Both of them were here at Assiniboia Downs. Likes the surface. I think that battle is going to be there. Langara needs the lead. Del Vecchio on the inside. I think Kayla's going to try and take advantage of that inside post position and press the lead. And Witt's Dollar Night usually likes to be on or near the front end. So Courageous is going to be sitting back with Mr. Henry Lee, and I think making that big late move to try and get a big piece of the pie. I also like Del Vecchio, and I do like Witt's Dollar Night currently. Longest shot on the board at 7-1 with tactical speed. Throw that last one out. That was a tough second level allowance. Optional 15,000. This is a much easier spot than Witt's Dollar Night was in. So I got it down to 2, 1, and 4. Let's go to our bets of the race. And we're going to start off with you, Stretch.
All right, I started off small, cashed a big winner on my place bet. Not, but it's a winner, so I still got the money. A little bit of a higher exactor. I like the race. I could have boxed it. I don't disagree with your pick there, Kirt. So anyway, I'm going to take a chance. 1 and 6 winning it. 1 or 6 with 1, 2, 6.
All right, over to you, Marshall.
20 win on the 6 for me in here, Kirt.
All right, 9 to 5 right now, and I'm just going to take an exactor wheel. Number 2, Courageous for first and second. Take them all and watch it shake out down the lane. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 2, and we'll see you back for race 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with that carryover just over $65,000. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $14,700. Number 1 is Del Vecchio, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Caleb Pizarro. Number 2 is Courageous, owned by Hetty Kling, trained by Maria Stanford with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Mr. Henry Lee, owned by Ira Donald, King Couture, and Susan Cito, trained by Jared Brown with Nyrone Austin. The 4 is Witt's Dollar Night, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Jorge Carreño. The 5 is Langara, owned by True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 6, Mana Blues, owned by Kyle and Megan Hebert, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Post time for race 2 in 7 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Good betting race here in the second at ASD. It's all about race shape for me. I think the 1 and the 5 could potentially hook up, setting up the race for the 6, who should improve second off the start. I don't like the price, but I do think he could get a good stalking trip in here and be tough. So I'm going to use 1 and 6 in my horizontals.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you, Marshall's analysis. The same all about race shape. If you base on the last race, the 1 looks so much better than the 6. It's a matter of what does the 5 do to the 1 in the race. If the 5 presses too much, then maybe the 6. Then the other closer is the 2. That's Kirt's horse. Kirt?
Yeah, I see a lot of speed in here. Even throw Witt's Dollar Night in with the 1 Del Vecchio and the 5 Langara. So I think there will be a pace battle. Last time out, Courageous did not have a pace battle to run at and still ran a very credible third. I think it'll move up off of that. And I love the odds right now at 6-1. Good luck here in race 2. Delvecchio, the first to find his spot. He's the current favorite at 9-5. Courageous is in. Mr. Henry Lee steps up and in. Wits Dollar Night is in. 2 left to load. Langara. And now just waiting on Mana Blues. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Delvecchio. The first to be sent out on the inside to get the lead, but matched in between horses by Wits Dollar Night. Wits Dollar Night and Langara on the outside. They're staying wide, but they're the pressers on the lead. Settled back in third, Delvecchio, with Mr. Henry Lee 4 lengths off of it. Courageous right behind him on the rail. And your early trailer will be Mana Blues. The opening quarter, a rather quick 24 seconds. Wits Dollar Night and Langara battling it out. Sitting back 2 lengths, Delvecchio. Courageous is creeping up on the inside from 4th. Another 2 back to Mr. Henry Lee and Mana Blues. Starting to get into it on the outside. The half, 47-4, a heated pace. On the outside, swooping them, Delvecchio. Trying to get through on the inside. Courageous was stopped, but is looking for a seam and just might get through now that they hit the head of the lane. Courageous squeaks on through. Delvecchio to the outside, back to third. Wits Dollar Night. A late rally, Mr. Henry Lee. They come to the 16th pole. Courageous got on through and is gonna get the win in here by 2. Delvecchio second best. Third goes to Mr. Henry Lee, and 4th to Wits Dollar Night. The Stewart's supposed to number 2, Courageous, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Delvecchio. Third to number 3, Mr. Henry Lee. And 4th to number 4, Wits Dollar Night. They went the opening quarter in 24 seconds. The half, 47-4. 6 furlongs, 113-1. Time for the 7 furlongs, 126-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 2, Courageous. Courageous is a big gelding, 5 years old, by Courageous Cat, out of the mare Dynavision by City Zip. Owned by Hetty Kling, trained by Maria Stanford, and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 7 furlongs, 126-3. Race 2's official in the upcoming third race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The carryover, just over $65,000. There are no changes. And they're off. From the inside, Del Vecchio. First to be sent out on the inside to get the lead, but matched in between horses by Witt's Dollar Night. Witt's Dollar Night and Langara on the outside. They're staying wide, but they're the pressers on the lead. Settled back in third, Del Vecchio with Mr. Henry Lee 4 lengths off of it. Courageous right behind him on the rail. And your early trailer will be Mana Blues. The opening quarter, a rather quick 24 seconds. Witt's Dollar Night and Langara battling it out. Sitting back 2 lengths, Del Vecchio. Courageous is creeping up on the inside from 4th. Another 2 back to Mr. Henry Lee and Mana Blues. Starting to get into it on the outside. The half 47-4, a heated pace. On the outside, swooping them, Del Vecchio. Trying to get through on the inside. Courageous was stopped, but is looking for a seam and just might get through now that they hit the head of the lane. Courageous squeaks on through. Del Vecchio to the outside, back to third. Witt's Dollar Night. A late rally, Mr. Henry Lee. They come to the 16th pole. Courageous got on through and is gonna get the win in here by 2. Del Vecchio second best. Third goes to Mr. Henry Lee, and 4th to Witt's Dollar Night. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. We're kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. That carryover just over $65,000 for this $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Marshall, what do you got in here?
Okay, well, let's see. That was a great pick, Kirt, by the way. You liked the 2. I can't remember what your bet was.
$2 exactor, 2 with all with 2. I didn't give Del Vecchio. I didn't go the $10 way or anything. I just wanted to get it.
You got
get my money back from the first race.
Okay, well, you're
where I can't pick the 380 horse.
Off to a good start for sure. It's amazing. We were just chatting off air here that it just seems like every race, top of the lane. If there's a duel especially, the horses just come right off that rail. Who's ever sitting on the rail just comes on through.
Well, when they're tiring, they fade out. So that's, you got to time it. It's split second timing. Neville, as we were saying, tried a little bit too early, and he had to steady. But then it opened up during the lane and had lots of room in the end, and was a galloping winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so let's move on here to the 3rd. This is a race where we're looking at the 3 here by y'all, so why don't we just start there. This is a horse that I bet last time out, had trouble in her first start, and last time out had to go a little bit further. I think we see a win here today. I like the jockey change to Nelson. I think this horse is the speed of the race. And while 3-2 is, I expect to see even money on this horse realistically. And I think the horse is a deserving favorite, so see if she can get the job done. The 6 is another horse that I definitely would use underneath in here. Sue's Easter Girl. This is a horse that has had a lot of chances. 18 starts, only 1 win, but last 2 starts, what I'll focus on, has run 2 good races here at ASD, is definitely a horse to use underneath for Jerry Gorno, and a horse that none of us have in here, but just looking at this horse, the 1, Buttercup Up, someone just mentioned to me that this horse has run some really good races at Turf Paradise, and was 5 for 6 at Chippewa Downs, and those are obviously a B track or C track, but still the horse is winning easily. The horse to consider underneath, and you can see here taking some action on the board here. Stretch?
Well, an interesting point out on Buttercup Up, that last race it ran against the horse Bluegrass Soul. She used to be a solid 5,000 mare here. If she was in for the non-winners of the year, she ran 1-2 every time, 25 wide open. So Buttercup Up actually beat some good horses in here, and now back against condition horses.
There you go. Yeah. Stretch.
Okay, over to you, Stretch.
Yeah, so I said on ASD Live, this is my last chance for the 3 horse. I don't like when the horse is beaten favorite that often in a couple, at least the last 2. Had trouble 2 back. Last time I kind of considered not taking this horse this time, but after I did my figures and saw how fast the horse did go, it's her race to lose. Doesn't have to go as fast. I like how Leroy Nelson is riding these days, so that adds a little bit for me a little bit. Might be able to rate just a little. This horse is not really a great rateable horse. Potentially controlling speed. Yes, the 3 does show some speed. It is at a different track, so it's hard to gauge on when you're just much the best, like when you win by 17, you just kind of get pulled to the lead. So it's that one. After I go after the 3, then it's pick the closer. And so just like, well, almost the same picks as Marshall and almost the same as Kirt. So I'll just leave it at 3, go as fast and as far as she can and see what happens. If not, you got to find somebody else.
Yeah, I'm with you. 3, 2, and 6, 3, 6, and 2. 2 ran a big race coming just off it last time. Susie Eastergirl taking the drop after being beat by Bayall a couple outs ago. So this horse ran really well. And going back to Bayall, Wits 10-10 beat Bayall last time out. I did not give her the respect that you guys did in the comeback race. And she ran a winning race in there. Unfortunately, didn't come out of the gate well, and then rallied late to be second. But I think Bayall's going to run a big one. Out of the 2 horses that are coming from Chippewa Downs, Buttercup Up won by 17.5. But look at the 5-horse Chickle Sparks. Won by 19 3/4 after coming from Canterbury, just like Buttercup Up. They both won by many. Then came back in some tough races. This went against the boys in an allowance 2,800, only going 4 furlongs, and then came back to Assiniboia Downs for the last race of the year. Valente won it. Bayall ran second, but Chickle Sparks was only a half a length behind Bayall and comes in with a couple of really nice works. May 24th, 36-2 breezing. That is a great 3 furlong. A half mile and 50 and 4. That's a good one. And then another bullet move on June the 5th, 49-2 breezing. I think if there is one bomber that can get it done, 16-1 on the board right now, but I'm with you guys. 3, 2, and 6. Let's go to our bets here in race 3. All right, start us off, Marshall.
Okay, $3 pick 3-wheel.
$5 pick 3-wheel?
Sorry, $5 pick 3-wheel. Look at all those 3s in there, you know? $5 pick 3-wheel, key the 3, key the 1 in the next, and then take all in a wide open race and hope for the longest shot in the board.
Okay, Stretch, what about you?
Well, I see you've jumped on board on the pick 5, but the pool's getting up there. It's certainly worth the shot.
Exactly, $65K.
Well, we're already with the money in. We're already at 75,000, so we're going to go fly over the 80,000, maybe even 85. I could have keyed the 3, but I don't think that would get me the pool shot, and that's what I'm playing for. So I've got a few in here, and as you can see, 1, 2, and 3 again, spreading throughout, reducing the last leg. There's some long shots in there, and not necessarily the favorite. So it is a little higher of a ticket, but the pool return on investment becomes quite a bit high if I can get that pool shot.
No doubt about it. I got a reasonable ticket, $36, 3 horses, loaded up with 5, and then come home with 2 horses and 2 horses. And I do have lots of long shots in there to try and scoop the whole pool for $36. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Buttercup Up, owned by Austin Janot, trained by Jerry Gorno with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is I Am Anya, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavales, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Mangley. The 3 is Bayall, owned by Shelley Brown, Oslin Bell, Harvey Warner, Jay Jackson, and Anderson Livestock Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is Dancing Awesome, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Dwight Lewis. The 5, that's Chickle Sparks, owned by Marshall Allery, trained by Jerry Gorno with Hector Rabbitskin. Rounding out the field is number 6, Susie Easter Girl, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Jackpot pick 5 wagering. Here in race 3, they go to post in 7 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Let's talk pick 5 in here in race 3. We're just about to pass the $80,000 mark, so definitely worth playing today. The problem is, do you single the 3 who looks like the most likely winner in here and take some long shots in the other leg? You might not scoop the entire pool, but you might end up with a good payout. I think the race goes through the 3.
Yeah, I'm with you, Marshall. It's a matter of whether you're playing this race or going after the pool. If you just want to get a bit of a share, key the 3. If the 3 doesn't win, for me, it becomes absolutely wide open between the 1, 2, and 6. 6 might be the one, but that horse doesn't like to win. I'll leave it at the 3, 6, 2.
Yeah, myself, I also like the 3 buy all in here. Got beat by a good one who came back to run a good race. But a little stat for you. Last week in 21 races, only 3 horses went wire to wire. So this might be one that you try and get beat for a big payout. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3. Buttercup up leads the field into the starting gate. I Am Anya moves in. Next up, the 4 to 5, now 3 to 5 choice by all. Dancing Awesome's turn. 2 left to load. Chickle Sparks. And now just waiting on Susie Easter Girl. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Dancing Awesome away well on the inside. Buttercup up. By Y'all coming up and pressing in between the two of them. 4 wide is Chickle Sparks. Another length and a half back, Sue's Easter Girl, and the early trailer will be I Am On Ya. Straight to the front for By Y'all, who has the lead through an opening quarter of 23 3. Back to second, Buttercup up, taking up a little bit. Sue's Easter Girl has found the rail in third. Fourth on the outside, Chickle Sparks getting motivated from the back. I Am On Ya and the trailer Dancing Awesome. They hit the half mile and By Y'all has company. 47-1 and Sue's Easter Girl now takes over as they hit the head of the lane. By Y'all back to second on the outside. I Am On Ya is making a late rally, but this one's over. Sue's Easter Girl is going to win by 5. The battle on for second. By Y'all, but I Am On Ya gets second. By Y'all third and fourth. Buttercup up. The stewards have posted number 6, Sue's Easter Girl. As your race winner, second goes to number 2, I Am On Ya. Third to number 3, By Y'all, and fourth to number 1, Buttercup up. They went the opening quarter 23 3, the half 47 1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 3, that's number 6, Sue's Easter Girl. Sue's Easter Girl is a bay filly, 4 years old, by Early Flyer, out of the mare Silver Calling by Silver Deputy, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Garno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes, but we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. There's no changes in race 5. Turning your programs to race number 6. Number 9, Mr. Fallon, wore blinkers on May the 31st and will again wear them today. Once again, race number 6, number 9, Mr. Fallon, wore blinkers in the start on May the 31st and will again wear them today. And there's no changes in race number 7. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. They go to post in 17 minutes. Awesome, away well on the inside, Buttercup up. Bayall coming up and pressing in between the two of them. 4 wide is Chickle Sparks. Another length and a half back, Sue's Easter Girl, and the early trailer will be I Am On Ya. Straight to the front for Bayall, who has the lead through an opening quarter of 23-3. Back to second, Buttercup up, taking up a little bit. Sue's Easter Girl has found the rail in third. Fourth on the outside, Chickle Sparks getting motivated from the back. I Am On Ya and the trailer dancing awesome. They hit the half mile and Bayall has company. 47-1 and Sue's Easter Girl now takes over as they hit the head of the lane. Bayall back to second on the outside. I Am On Ya is making a late rally, but this one's over. Sue's Easter Girl is gonna win by 5. The battle on for second. Bayall, but I Am On Ya gets second. Bayall third and fourth. Buttercup up. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go the 7 furlong distance. Stretch, who do you got?
Well, as we just talked about, the speed again is not holding. All 3 have come off, winners have come off the pace. Make note that the 3 that last race didn't break very well, but we've now seen that multiple times. The horse has been the beaten favorite.
3 consecutive now. Well,
now
this
4.
year.
Yeah, 3
This
consecutive. 4 consecutive off my list. Will not be a single. Not that it was in my pick 5, but will not ever get win money on that horse. So if the horse wins next time out as a favorite, I will not be on that horse. Too bad of a breaker for a speed horse for me. Here we go. Could be a stake race in this. Definitely excellent field with, all 6 very competitive again. I'll start with Real Grace, but we've learned that speed isn't doing well, so I got to be careful on making this a top play, but I've got it listed as my top play. The horse has got class. This horse has only run in stake races. Mind you, it was 3-year-old last time, last year, and a couple now. It's 4-year-old, so you don't have to worry about the 3 versus 4. Very, very good race, going 5 furlongs. Not the ideal distance for this horse, going short. Ran a nice, even kind of tightener, and then follows it up with a really nice workout coming in. The horse has the class. I expect the horse to be on the lead. I don't think the horse is going to come off the pace, but it depends what Tiger in his tail, or because that horse ran such a good first out. So I'll start with the 4, the 1. Very wide open race, guys. Take it from there, maybe Marshall.
Yeah. Let's see. The 1, like you said, looks to be the speed of the race. This horse is coming in off 7 straight stakes races. Has won a G3. Albeit as a 3-year-old for straight 3-year-olds, but regardless, a G3. No one else can say that on this in this race. The 3 has won a stakes race here at Manitoba, or at ASD rather, the Manitoba Mile last year. If there is a duel, then let's take a look at the 3 Gold Buyer. No stranger to the winner's circle here at ASD. I think this horse, even though he went to the lead last time, 7 furlongs, that was in a a field that was completely devoid of speed. That's not the case here. I think we see him stalk today, but he's proven at the track, and I think he could run another big one. Taking money on the board, obviously, seems like a logical contender. I prefer him over the 2 Gorno horses. Kirt, how about you?
This is kind of a hodgepodge. If you look at Real Grace, this has visions of Stevie Mack. Ran in a stake race, ran a good 3rd behind the 2 horses that are going to be the favorites, and then came back with the workout right after. And then Stevie Mack, what happened? 4 to 5, ran flat. Is Real Grace going to do that? I can't say that. Real Grace has a good running style, though. This horse does not have to have the lead. Tiger by his tail, because of the good effort last time out, I think it'll go out to the lead. And Hazim is the other one, the 6 horse. This one also has a lot of early speed, and he's finally getting his distance. So and Neville Stevenson aboard, he likes to push horses towards the front end. So I could see Hazim getting up in there early. If you look back at those Saratoga and Belmont races, there's a win, a 2nd, and a 3rd, but the 3rd was placed 1st for a double disqualification, which you don't usually see too often. But Hazim's trying to find himself. Will he be fit enough to go the 7 furlongs? I'm not sure on that, but I think he's going to be showing speed on the far outside. So if Real Grace, Tiger by his tail, and Hazim all want to show speed, then you might have to look to number 2, Moz Mischief. This kind of plays the same as race number 2, where I picked Courageous, who ran 3rd behind Gold Buyer and Moz Mischief, but this horse made a better rally than Courageous that day. And if that speed's going to bunch up, Moz Mischief, Richard Mangley, he had a 4-bagger the other day on his birthday, winning 4 races. He's going to find the rail, and the rail looks a little golden. Everybody who's rallied up it today has had a really big showing. So Moz Mischief, I like in here, and I'm liking the 6-1 that I'm getting right now. I think he's the best closer in the field. but I still have it muscled in with 1, 2, and 3. Let's go to our picks here in race number 4. It's pick 4 time. So we're going to start off with you, Stretch.
Well, I've added a horse from my pick 5. I added the 1, 2, 3, 4 just because Tiger ran such a big race. It's going to be difficult, but after such a good effort. I then didn't quite take all. I got a couple long shots in there, 1, 2, 6, and 7. Cut it down 2 and 4, one less from the pick 5, and then just my 1 and 3 in the last.
Okay, what about you, Marshall?
I'm a glutton for punishment because I keep singling the first leg of the pick 4.
As I usually do, but as you tell, I have no singles today. My single lost all week last week.
Yeah.
I had 3 out of 4 on all of them, and I was beaten up because I had all the long shots.
So at least you've learned from your mistakes. Me, I'm still trying to fit that square peg into the round hole. I'm king the 1. I think this is the class of the field. All depends on race shape. The next race very tough, so I've taken all. You can probably cut it down for sure, but I'm not going to bother. Then I'll take 2, 4 and close it out with 4-pack. Hopefully I get to the final leg.
And myself, it looks like my pick 5 with a couple less horses in it. The 1, 2, 3 with 3 more. The 1, 4, 5 with the 2, 6, 9 with the 1, 8. That'll cost you $54. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $16,600. Number 1 is Real Grace, owned by Shelley Brown, Gene McEwen, and Ben Holtman, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Ma's Mischief, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Number 3 is Gold Buyer, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gordo with Jorge Carreño. The 4 is Tiger by His Tail, owned by The Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Hoochie Coochie Sam, owned by Dennis and Heather Dorchester, trained by Dennis Dorchester with Caleb Pizarro. Rounding out the field is number 6, Hazim, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Neville Stevenson. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 4, they go to post in 5 minutes.
now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, I guess it's tough to key the one horse in here. Looks like the class of the field for sure, having been in 7 stakes races in a row. The drop-in class, can he get the job done, or will there be a duel between the 4, maybe the 6? I'm just not sure. I'm going to spread, I think, in my pick 4.
Well, I'm with you, Marshall, in the sense of the 1 for me originally was a potential key. There's too many good horses in here with too many race shapes, and with that 4 running such a big race, that could affect the chances. I liked the 3 last time so much on what such a good race. I've got it 1-3-2, wide open race. Kirt?
Yeah, I agree with you guys, wide open. I also like number 1, Real Grace, but right now on the board, Moz Mischief's looking absolutely dynamite. At 6-1, we've seen Courageous win off the pace. It's going to be a late rallier, so I'm switching to the 2. Good luck here in race 4. time. First into the gate, Alberta Horse of the Year, Real Grace. Our current 4 to 5 choice, even money now. Next up, Maw's Mischief. Gold Buyer walks right in. Tiger by his tail's turn. 2 left to load. Hoochie Coochie Sam. And now just waiting on Hazim. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little awkward was Hazim. Breaking like a bullet out of the gate, that's Real Grace. Straight to the front end to take command by a length and a half. Gold Buyer on the outside in second. 3 wide, that's going to be Tiger by his tail. On the rail, Maw's Mischief. Only a few lengths out of it. Then Hazim and your early trailer, Hoochie Coochie Sam, about 6 lengths off of it. The opening quarter, a modest 25-1. And it's Real Grace on the inside with Gold Buyer. Trying to get closer. Sitting 3 wide, that's still Tiger by his tail with Maw's Mischief. Then it's Hoochie Coochie Sam and Hazim. Can see them all, 6 out of it. 28-3, they really sped up that second quarter. It was a 23-2 quarter, and Real Grace looking amazing right now. Opened up by a length and a half. Back to second, Gold Buyer. Tiger by his tail on the outside. Hoochie Coochie Sam getting interested. 4 wide, but Real Grace spins out of the turn with the lead now widening to 4. And they've hit the 16th pole. This is all Real Grace. The favorite will not disappoint. Gold Buyer second best. Third, Tiger by his tail. And fourth, Hoochie Coochie Sam. Stewart's supposed to number 1, Real Grace, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Gold Buyer. Third to number 4, Tiger by his tail. And fourth to number 5, Hoochie Coochie Sam. They went the opening quarter 25-1. Now half 48-3. 3 quarters 113. Time for the 7 furlongs 126. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, that's number 1, Real Grace. Real Grace is a dark bay or brown gelding, 4 years old, by Mineshaft, out of the mare True Way of Grace by Yes It's True. Owned by Shelley Brown, Gene McEwen, and Bet Holtman. Trained by Shelley Brown and ridden to victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the 7 furlongs, 126. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 5, 18 minutes away. And they're off. Breaking a little awkward was Hazim. Breaking like a bullet out of the gate, that's Real Grace. Straight to the front end to take command by a length and a half. Gold Buyer on the outside in second. 3 wide, that's going to be Tiger by his tail. On the rail, Moz Mischief. Only a few lengths out of it. Then Hazim and your early trailer, Hoochie Coochie Sam, about 6 lengths off of it. The opening quarter, a modest 25-1. And it's Real Grace on the inside with Gold Buyer. Trying to get closer. Sitting 3 wide, that's still Tiger by his tail with Moz Mischief. Then it's Hoochie Coochie Sam and Hazim. Can see them all, 6 out of it. 28-3, they really sped up that second quarter. It was a 23-2 quarter, and Real Grace looking amazing right now. Opened up by a length and a half. Back to second, Gold Buyer. Tiger by his tail on the outside. Hoochie Coochie Sam getting interested. 4 wide, but Real Grace spins out of the turn with the lead now widening to 4. And they've hit the 16th pole. This is all Real Grace. The favorite will not disappoint. Gold Buyer second best, third Tiger by his tail, and fourth Hoochie Coochie Sam. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this $1,500 claimer. For fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Marshall, what do you got in here?
Okay, bottom claimers, 1,500. We've had this conversation repeatedly where, you know, this is potentially a very tough condition. Anything can happen. This does look like a wide open race. I've got wide open plastered on top as a reminder to me when I'm handicapping and
Well, you didn't need it because in your pick 4 you did take all King Real Grace, so you're 2 for 2.
Yeah, I'm 2 for 2, exactly. I'm cheering for the longest shot on the board, clearly, but let's look at race shape. You know, it looks like there is the potential for a duel in here. The 3, Speedy Miss, has shown speed, making her first start for the year. Who knows whether we'll see her best, but I do expect her to show some speed. The 6, let's take a look at the 6, Know What I Mean. This is a horse that has been racing at Remington Park. We had a horse here the other day that had ran second start of the year here from Remington.
Wolowitz.
That's tough speed. Yeah, Wolowitz, exactly. Another Gorno charge. This horse could be the speed of the speed. I like the steady workout tab. Those are 2 I'll mention. I think the 6, you know, at decent odds, 4 to 1, could be one of the horses to look at in here. And the 1, Hilda, a total class of the field. Stretch?
Well, yeah, wide open. I'm with you. Tough race. I'm swinging for the fences because of race shape. You're going to say, how could I possibly take the 7? Well, because if you look back, I'm throwing out that last race. Yes, didn't run a jump. But there's some races in there running at the 35, 5,000 level. Has 1-2 at the distance. Sets it up on potentially closing. Wasn't that far off of Hilda way back in August. That's why I've kind of gone to that one. You notice we've got 6 of 7 horses up there listed. I've got 4 horses listed. I've got the 1, 2, 6, and 7 on both pick 4 and pick 5. Look at the betting board, incredible betting board. So I think that's what it's gonna kind of go with. 6 was my layoff horse with the good works. I'm searching on where it's going. The favorite, I thought, well, now the 2 becomes the favorite at 2 to 1. Potentially, it's got that the Golden Gate angle. I'll leave it at that. Kurt, go ahead.
Yeah, myself, I see 3 and 6, both cutthroat speed horses. That's the only thing they do. I think they bang it out. The 2 Tid's a standard. The only reason I don't have this in, look at where it runs. 5 and 5.5 furlongs in the last 10 starts. Never going 3/4. I do not like that. So I went to the 5, Chris's Defense. This horse made a big wide move last time out. Commando Comet made a little bit wider move and ended up getting the job done. This horse tired late down the lane, but I do not expect this 5 anywhere near the front. The fractions before 24. I think these ones are going to rattle in 22 and change and not stick around. So I'm taking the 5 in here. Hilda, definitely a good late rallier, and 4 Dreamcastle finally back against the girls. I'm 5, 1, and 4. Let's go to our bets, guys. Let's start with you, Marshall.
Okay, I'm keeping consistent here with the all theme. I'm going to bet $1 pick 3 wheel, all with 2-4 with the 1 in the third leg.
Okay, over to you, Stretch.
Just a little exactor box, a little lower than most of the other races because I think it's wide open. $3 box 2, 6, and 7. I recognize that bet there, Kurt.
Yes, I've been out here for over 30 years, and I've never done this bet, but I kind of cashed on West Princess on the same type of bet. You can always adjust, and that's all I'm saying. Don't have to always, you can pick winners all day long. If you don't bet it right, then you're not going to cash. I'm taking 5 win, 10 place, 20 show on number 5, Chris's Defense. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 5. We'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $8,500. Number 1 is Hilda, owned by George Tronjo, trained by Will Tronjo with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Tis the Standard, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Speedy Miss, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Tronjo with Sheldon Chickadas. The 4 is Dream Castle, owned by Linda Marie White, Bill Baczynski, and Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Caleb Pizarro. Number 5 is Chris's Defense, owned by Christopher Johnson, James Bencharski, and Cindy McSorley, trained by Mike Taphorn with Richard Mangley. Number 6 is Know What I Mean-a, owned by Francis Nelson, trained by Jerry Gorno with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 7, Wit 7, owned by Triple Six Ranch, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Stanley Chady Jr. Post time for race number 5, 4 minutes away.
by bit, creative imagination began to have a new art form.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Wide open are the two words I would use to describe this race. Could be a pace duel in here between 3 and 6, or if the 6 gets loose, maybe that horse can take him. I like that back class at Remington Park. Has a steady work tab for Jerry Gorno. 7-2 on the board, not too bad.
Okay, the last race going 2 turns was the first time we had a speed horse win on the day. Has it changing a bit? It's hard to say. I've got long shots, and that's what I'm doing. The betting board tells you it's a wide open race. The 7, if the speed backs up, maybe can wake up after a poor effort. And then the 2 is a stalker. So 7, 2, 6. Kirt?
Yeah, I went long shot hunting in here also. I went to number 5, Chris's Defense. I expect this horse to be a stalker in this race. And if it makes the same big move it did last time out, I think it's going to have a big shot at getting a win. Getting 5-1 right now. Good luck here in race 5. Hilda, the first one locked and loaded. The co-favorite with the 2, 'Tis the Standard, who walks in. Dream Castle is now loaded. Next up, Chris's Defense. Know What I Mean? Second from the outside. Now just 2 left to load. With 7. And now just waiting on Speedy Miss. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, that's Speedy Miss showing some good early speed. Know What I Mean? On the outside in a stalking position. To the inside, 'Tis the Standard. Getting pulled along to the early leaders. Back in fourth, Chris's Defense. Another length and a half to Hilda. To her outside, that's Wit 7. And the early trailer will be Dream Castle. The opening quarter, 23-3 on the inside. 'Tis the Standard. In between horses, Speedy Miss. Know What I Mean? Is making it a trail. Back 3 lengths, Chris's Defense. All by herself, Hilda and Dream Castle starting to rally. With Wit 7, the trailer, they hit the head of the lane. Know What I Mean? Now takes over as the leader by a length and a half. Back to second, 'Tis the Standard. Chris's Defense trying to show some late run up the inside, but Know What I Mean? Is gonna get it done. Chris's Defense second best. Third's gonna go to 'Tis the Standard, and fourth to Dream Castle. The stewards posted number 6, Know What I Mean? As the race winner. Second goes to number 5, Chris's Defense. Third to number 2, 'Tis the Standard. And fourth to number 4, Dream Castle. They went the opening quarter 23-3. The half 47-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 5, that's number 6, Know What I Mean? Know What I Mean is a bay mare, 5 years old by special rate. Out of the mare, Stone Cold Crazy by Mass Media. Owned by Francis Nelson, trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-3. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno. That's the double. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Number 9, Mr. Fallon, wore blinkers in his last start on May the 31st. Once again, here in race number 6, number 9, Mr. Fallon wore blinkers in his last start on May the 31st and will again wear them today. Post time for race number 6, 19. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We're kicking off late double wagering with a $5,000 claimer for 3 and up maidens. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Stretch, who do you like in this one?
Well, just a quick recap. I found it interesting, and this is why I like to watch the boards on number of tickets alive in the pick 4 and things like that. That horse was 6-1 morning line and actually had the most tickets still going, $4,500 in pick 4 tickets, and ended up going went off as the favorite. But I really like to look at number of tickets, so the bettors out there were sharp on that. I happened to have it in my top 3 and the pick 4, pick 5, but I was surprised on how low the price was. But the bettors out there were on the ball, looked at the Remington Park races, which were extremely good, and you can't go past that. Anything running at Remington. Plus, don't mention the works. The works were solid coming in. But let's move to race 6 here, and I'm going to go back to the horse that both Marshall and I are on. And that's the 4 horse. So if Bradley can find the 4 for us, good stuff. First start out since running at Century Mile and Hastings last year. Adds a work to the horse. Horse looked all right. It got the lead, which was expected. And then St. Geezy, I guess it would be. So much for working on my English this year. And then got pressured by that horse, who is coming back tomorrow, which will be one of my potential plays tomorrow. The figures are right up there. Expected to lose on a conditioned horse. Did get tired, and the other one's passed late. I don't see a lot of other speed in here. So if this horse gets comfortable and basically gets to relax kind of, well, it's certainly no real grace, but that type of race that gets to relax goes from there. The other horse I am going to mention as my third choice that I really liked the first start was the 6. Maybe broke half a step slow and then made a nice middle move and pressured the top 2 horses and then tired late. Very expected that horse would tire late, a first lifetime start, and go in that. So I've got a 4-2-6, but go ahead, Marshall.
Okay, why don't we take a look at the 9, Mr. Fallon. This horse is taking some money on the board. I had a couple of notes in here, obviously making his second start of the year. Gets first-time LASIK, so certainly that can contribute to improvement. If you watch the replay, though, this horse did have a tough, troubled start, and then rallied up nicely along the rail. You get a jockey upgrade in here for sure. So that was a horse I was definitely going to be using underneath. I picked the horse in third. I think a contender with a good ride in here. My favorite, though, going back to the 4, Light My Fire, the horse clearly needed that start. Should get the lead in here. We'll see what Shamari Muir can do. I like the fact this horse is coming in with that 4 furlong work as well. Will be tighter. There's a first-time starter in here, the 1, Imperial North. Not much of a pedigree, so I'll take a pass on the 1, Imperial North. Those are a couple of my favorites. Kirt?
Yeah, I pretty well got the same horses as you guys. Muskoka, they put the blinkers back on for the debut and finished second out of 3 other horses that are in here. Light My Fire was 5th, Mr. Fallon was 4th, and XI Kid, the 6, was 3rd, but Muskoka, the 2. This horse picked up at the end, and it was on the far outside and ended up running past XI Kid and Mr. Fallon. But I'm with you on Mr. Fallon. That was a terrible break, and he had to ride this horse from before the 3/8 pole all the way to the wire, and I think Mr. Fallon just doesn't have that kind of kick. Getting out of the gate today will be the key on Mr. Fallon. He did wear blinkers in his last start. He will wear them again today. As you can see, they're black, so they're kind of tough to see there that he does have the blinkers on. But Mr. Fallon, I think, has big room for improvement. Just to point out, number 7, Chicago Roll. If you're maybe looking for a little bomber on the board, 50-1. Yeah, the horse got beat by 41 lengths, but it reared at the start and he lost his irons, so his feet weren't in the stirrups for the rest of the race, so he just coasted all the way around. So we really don't know how good Chicago Roll can run. He was always in the thick of things last year, showing a little bit of tactical speed. The speed is number 4, Light My Fire. So if Chicago Roll, you want a 50-1 shot, I think this is one you can chase in here. This is a wide open maiden 5 claimer. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Let's start it off with you, Stretch.
All right, similar to the last race, just missed the exactor, but that's how it happens. Not strong opinions. I do like the 4 the best, but I'm going to do a box, $3 exactor box, 2, 4, and 6.
All right, over to you, Marshall.
I'm going to box my top 2 choices. $10 exactor box cost me $20.
And I'm going after the late double. As you can see, I do have the 2 as my top selection, but it isn't a strong play for me. So what I'm going to do is I do like it, but I'm going to try and get it beat just for value. So I'm betting a $5 late double, 4-6-9 with the 1-8 in the last leg. That'll cost you $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 6, and we'll see you back for race 7 for jackpot high 5 time. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Imperial North, owned by Last Minute Stables and Millhouse Farms, trained by Lee Delaron with Dwight Lewis. The 2 is Muskoka, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lee Spruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Moville, owned by Anderson Livestock, Hillside Farms, and WRA Ventures, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Leroy Nelson. The 4 is Light My Fire, owned by Just for Kicks Stable and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Sean Morin with Shamari Muir. Number 5 is Master Slam, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, Richard Mangley aboard. The 6 is X-High Kid, owned by Pat Honus, trained by Larry Sizik with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 7 is Chicago Roll, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, Nyrone Austin aboard. Number 8 is Play the Joker, owned by Daryl Pranica, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 9, Mr. Fallon, owned by Right Attitude, Hillside Farms, Anderson Livestock Stable, WRA Ventures, Harvey Warner, and Jay Jackson, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 6, 4 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
I'm going right back to the 4 Light My Fire in here. This is a horse that I bet first time out, obviously needed that race. The horse that beat him by 6 1/4, St. Geezy's coming back to race tomorrow and looks competitive at a higher level. I think he needed that start. I like the 4 furlong work coming into this race.
Right, this race reminds me of the 3rd race today where we were looking at the speed horse. The Spyall didn't last. Will this horse last? And that's the question. I think that as Marshall does, gets loose, but if the horse can't get the distance, it becomes a wide open race for me. Maybe the 2, maybe the 6. For me, it's a guess if the 4 doesn't go gate to wire. Kirt?
Yeah, I like both of the favorites in here. Number 2, Muskoka, and number 9, Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon had the rougher trip as Muskoka just sat on the outside and made a good late run down the lane. I think Muskoka will run his race today. I'm going to take Mr. Fallon, those 2, here in race 6. Imperial North. The first time starter looks to be the first one going in. Getting a little help from the gate crew. Now he's fully in. Next up, Moville. Light My Fire's turn. Master Slam going in. XI Kid. Also getting a little help. He's loaded. Chicago Roll's turn. Now play the Joker. 2 left to load. Almost co-favorites, Muskoka from the inside. And now just waiting on Mr. Fallon. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Moville flashes some early speed with Light My Fire. In between horses, 3 wide, XI Kid and Muskoka on the rail, 4 of them across the track. A gap of 3 lengths back to play the Joker with Mr. Fallon right behind him, sneaking up the inside. That's going to be Chicago Roll. And then about another 8 back is Master Slam, and Imperial North has about 15 to make up. The opening quarter, 23-2. Muskoka on the inside, XI Kid on the outside. Trying to get in between them on the inside is Light My Fire with Moville. Coming up from the back, Chicago Roll and Mr. Fallon. They hit the head of the lane, the half, 47 seconds. Muskoka with the short lead. XI Kid to the outside. Chicago Roll, 3 wide and 4 wide. Still trying to get there. Mr. Fallon, but Muskoka is too good today. Gonna win by 2. Second, XI Kid. Third, Chicago Roll. And fourth, Mr. Fallon. Stewart's supposed to number 2, Muskoka, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, XI Kid. Third to number 7, Chicago Roll. And fourth to number 9, Mr. Fallon. They went the opening quarter, 23-2. The half, 47 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6, that's number 2, Muskoka. Muskoka is a dark bear brown gelding, 5 years old, by Twirling Candy, out of the Maritime Given, by Point Given. Owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12:04. Congratulations goes out to trainer Lise Pruitt and jockey Stanley Chady Jr. They team up for the double. 2 wins for trainer Lise Pruitt and jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. Jackpot High 5 wagering with the carryover just over $4,000. They'll head postward in 18 minutes. They're all set, they're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Mobile flashes some early speed with Light My Fire. In between horses, 3 wide, XI Kid and Muskoka on the rail, 4 of them across the track. A gap of 3 lengths back to play the Joker with Mr. Fallon right behind him, sneaking up the inside. That's going to be Chicago Roll. And then about another 8 back is Master Slam, and Imperial North has about 15 to make up. The opening quarter, 23-2. Muskoka on the inside, XI Kid on the outside. Trying to get in between them on the inside is Light My Fire with Moville. Coming up from the back, Chicago Roll and Mr. Fallon. They hit the head of the lane, the half, 47 seconds. Muskoka with the short lead. XI Kid to the outside. Chicago Roll, 3 wide and 4 wide. Still trying to get there. Mr. Fallon, but Muskoka is too good today. Gonna win by 2. Second, XI Kid. Third, Chicago Roll. And fourth, Mr. Fallon. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. Time to have jackpot high five wagering for this $5,000 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year. They're going 5.5 furlongs. What do you like, Marshall?
Well, I'm going to jump in before Marshall talks about this race, since the horses aren't saddled just yet. And that was the 7. Kirt, you mentioned about the 7 the last race. I know the horse didn't win. The horse went off at 50-1. If you saw the payouts, which were incredible with all the horses that all 3 of us talked about, the 2 and the 6 and the 4, of course. But the trifecta for $1 was 404 with the favorite, with another contender, and they left out the 7 that you made sure you mentioned in the 22nd. Clearly people are not reading the comments, because that race is a complete cross out. If you look at last year, this horse finished 2nds and 3rds and 4th. So if you're going to take the 2 as the favorite, you have to use the 7. You've got to read the comments. That was an absolute irrelevant race after the horse had no chance. And
yeah,
so,
I was surprised 50-1, because this horse definitely didn't deserve it. There was others that I thought would be higher in the odds board, but I guess they just looked 7 beaten 41. Reading that end comment, it doesn't always tell the story, but this time it did.
Yeah.
And it was a definitely throw-in
for sure.
horse.
Favorite on top, and then the superfecta with the other favorite runs 4th for 20 cents, paid 278. So more of you don't want to go too much on the past, because we want to pick a winner for you but you got to read the comments and don't just base everything on the last race. Marshall,
no doubt.
Take it away.
Yeah, this is a tough race to close out the card. Kirt, can lightning strike twice? Can you pick another bomber in here? I'm not sure.
I'm going to try.
I'm not sure. Okay, well, that's great.
You know me, swing for the fences.
I like it. It's a good philosophy. Let's start with the 1, Bunch of Cash. This was a horse that last year could do no wrong. 4 wins from 8 starts at ASD, and last time out was in an open level race for non-winners of 3 lifetime. Is dropping back in here, so back in with Manitoba breds or state breds. So realistically, an easier spot. Should be tighter off that race for sure. So I think the 1 is a definite contender. Anything close to 9-2 is a square price, and definitely a horse I'll be using in here. The 2, Rascal Candy, current favorite on the board. This horse showed good speed last time. Usually settles for minor placings, though. Does have 4 wins lifetime, but 10 out of over 50% in the money, 2nd and 3rd. So I think this is a horse that I'll be using underneath. And then do you look at the 6, Scoden? This is a horse that they seem to always bet last year. Sometimes, in fact, many times as the favorite. The 1 did beat the horse. It has showed speed. Its best races is when it's come off the pace. I think we probably see that today, making his 2nd start of the year. 9-1 is a much better price than usual. Those are the top 3 for me, 1, 2, and 6. Kirt?
Okay, what about you, Stretch?
Well, I'm going to jump in. I mentioned about the sneaky drop on ASD Live into the Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North Dakota, South Dakota breds. Speed on the rail. I'm going to talk more about the 3. Bradley, if you can find the 3 in there. Here's a horse last year. The figures were not there. It fooled me on when it paid 11-1, going 2 turns. We got it earlier on, but the figures weren't there. Why I've got to use this horse today is because the last race the horse ran better than I thought it could. The numbers have improved. Maybe from 3 to 4, or the end of last year, the horse is just starting to learn how to be an even better racehorse. If there is a bit of a duel, I think this horse certainly can get there. 3-1, maybe a little low, but if speed, now the last race, 2 and 6 were dueling kind of all the way around with the 4, and they both hung around. Nobody really closed. So is it switching a little bit? I don't know, but I'm certainly not leaving out the 3. So I've got it 1-3-6.
Yeah, I also have the 1 on top, Bunch of Cash. Ran on that dead rail, as we said. Opening weekend, the first 3 days, anything that was on the inside was running poorly and really couldn't get going, but they've all come back to bounce back nicely. Bunch of Cash was on the rail until the head of the lane, then came off the rail, but I think the damage was done by then. But this horse ran a great race against Open Company. This is a big drop. I also like the 3 Zip Eddie. Great race last time out. Surprised me also that this horse would close with a flourish like it did, but there was another horse in there that also closed with a flourish, and that's the 8 horse, In Excess of Reality. This horse, wow, it was close to the pace early on the inside, then sucked back towards second last, then moved to the outside and re-rallied with Zip Eddie, only losing by a length and 3/4 in the end. So that's why I really like this one. If you can get, it's going to be on the outside every step of the way. It doesn't have a pile of early speed until they go around 2 turns, but there is lots of speed in here. The 1, the 2, the 5, 6, and 7 all have speed to offer to this race. So there's some craziness. And don't leave out number 9, True Louis. This one was in Stakes Company. We've overlooked this horse a little bit in here, but maybe it's because you guys love your workouts. April the 11th, next work May the 28th. But this horse ran against Cross Lake Proud, Bear Me a Moment, Honor Rules. Ran against some great horses. So it wouldn't surprise me if the 9 won either, but I'm taking 1, 8, and 3. Let's go to our wagers here. All right, you're going to start things off, Marshall.
Okay, well, let's try and close things off with a winner, $10 exacta box, 1-2.
All right, over to you, Stretch.
Okay, I've got the 1 and 3 on top with, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 6. I've included your 8. I'm kind of cheering.
Oh, just for third.
Just
Come on.
for third. I'll be honest, I'm cheering for my 3 to beat your 8 this time. I don't want to get nipped by you at the wire. I know everybody else is cheering for you, Kurt. They're against me because you've got your long shot. Anyway, there's my triangle trifecta.
And myself, I'm taking the 1 bunch of cash with the 8, 1, 8, 1, 8 all for $14, and then 1, 8 all 1, 8 for another $14, $28. Good luck with all your wagers, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going 5.5 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Bunch of Cash, owned by Kevin Sousa, trained by Elton Nicky with Leroy Nelson. The 2 is Rascal Candy, owned by 666 Ranch, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Caleb Pizarro. The 3 is Zip Eddie, owned by Trent Height, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Jorge Carreño. The 4 is Quest for the Wire, owned by Marion Johnson, Connie Clausen, and Leona Stahl, trained by Marion Johnson with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 5 is Rocky Barbados, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Dwight Lewis. The 6 is Scoden, owned by Clifton and Melissa Newber, trained by Ryan Jarlis with Richard Mangley. The 7, that's Double Time, owned and trained by Steve Thompson, Shamari Muir aboard. Number 8 is In Excess of Reality, owned by Vicky Hamilton, trained by Maria Stanford with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 9, True Louis, owned by Alonzo Daly, trained by Fred Rawson with Stanley Chady Jr. Post time for race number 7, 4 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, full field to close out the card here at ASD. I mean, there could be a duel in here. I do like the fact the one is dropping in from open non-winners of 3 lifetime to state breds. This horse ran fabulous last year here at ASD. I expect improvement second off the shelf.
I'm again with you, Marshall, on this on the one. Very good value at 9-2, especially potentially speed on the rail if it can get away on the others. 3 is my second selection. I don't like the price at 9-5. Maybe to complete the exactor, could be an improving horse. The value for me is definitely the one at 9-2. Kirt?
It's time.
Bunch of cash. The first one tucked away. Rascal Candy is in. The current favorite, Zip Eddie, steps up and in. Quest for the Wire loaded. Next up, Rocky Barbados. Double Time takes his spot. In Excess of Reality, second from the outside. Two left to load. Scoden. Now just waiting on True Louie. They're all set. They're at the post. Double Time, a little fractious. Double Time again. Now True Louie. Little fractious. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Scoden. From the outside, True Louie. Came out charging right after the lead, Rocky Barbados. Putting on the pressure and now taking over as the early leader. Settle back in third. That's Rascal Candy on the rail. Zip Eddie in fourth. Bunch of Cash on the rail, checking hard in fifth. To the outside, In Excess of Reality, Scoden, Double Time, and the trailer. Quest for the Wire, about 10 out of it. Taking the lead, Rocky Barbados. Now Scoden goes right on after him on the outside. Rascal Candy trying to keep up on the inside, making a wide rally. That's In Excess of Reality and Quest for the Wire on the far outside. Rocky Barbados has now separated himself by 3, coming to the 16th pole. In full chase, Rascal Candy on the far outside. Quest for the Wire. Rocky Barbados is going to win by a length. Then it's Rascal Candy. Third's going to go to Quest for the Wire. Close for fourth and fifth between Double Time and In Excess of Reality. The stewards are posted. Number 5, Rocky Barbados as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Rascal Candy. Third to number 4, Quest for the Wire. A photograph has been called to determine the fourth place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 48-1. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-2. Results of the photo show number 7, Double Time, finished in fourth. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 7, that's number 5, Rocky Barbados. Rocky Barbados is a bay gelding, 6 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the Mare de Mere by DeFrere, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Stephen Gaskin, and ridden to victory by Dwight Lewis. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-2. Number 5, Rocky Barbados, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Dr. Betty Hughes.